your name? Hello, everybody.
Hi, everybody. My name is. I can say my old name. My old name.
You don't have an old name. You just have one name. What's your name?
Hi, everybody. My name is Lily,
Your
and
name
this is Margot.
What do you call me?
Hi, everybody. My name is Lily, and this is Margot. We're playing Disney.
She's a natural. You're pulling too hard and it hurts.
And then after dinner, we're gonna have some. We're gonna have some ice cream sandwich and
No, thank you.
popsicles.
Do not pull on my shirt.
I can't see, Mommy. I can't see.
You just can't see yourself.
Hi, everybody. Because my name is Lily, and this is Mommy.
Yes. They know who I am.
Then we're gonna do Disney, and after dinner we're gonna have some popsicles. Then hey, I can't see my face, Mommy.
That's because I'm doing something, Lily. It's not all about staring at your face, okay? When people make videos, they can't see their own face. Look down here.
Hi, everybody.
Camera's not on yet, but it's fine. Hold on, let's see if I can do this. I'm gonna try a thing. Hi, everybody. Don't touch it. Do not touch it. Oh, I took extra
Hello?
anxiety pills. I can't wait for them to kick in.
Hi, everybody. I am Mommy, and
No, I'm Mommy.
I am Lily, and look, guys.
I'm trying to see if I can do the thing.
Boo! ABC Mouse. ABC Mouse is
Okay. So, no, don't touch that. That's not yours.
No,
That's yes. You gave it to me, and leave it there. You're already not listening.
Boo!
I was trying to see if I could make the noise. Oh, is she right in the mic? Wait, why isn't my Twitch chat working? Hold on.
Ding ding dong.
Don't get off my arm. Baby, stop grabbing, please. Ow. That's weird. Okay, let's do this. There.
That's fair.
They can, if you look at the mirror, they can see you.
They can't see me. Hi, everybody. My name is Lily. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. How are you? Hi, Wicked. Hi, Vonry. How are you?
Hi, Wicked. Hi, Bonry. Peekaboo! Peekaboo! Peekaboo!
You don't need to yell, Lily. They can hear you, okay?
Peekaboo! Peekaboo!
It's gonna be a night. You're can already tell it's gonna be a night, guys.
Peekaboo. Peekaboo.
Hi, Wicked.
I Wicked. I am pink. I'm pink. I'm pink.
Baby, you need to stop looking over here, okay? If you want to talk to them, you look there.
Oh.
That wasn't nice. You cover your mouth and you cough. If you're gonna be gross, you can go play on your tablet.
No.
Okay, then don't be gross.
Where it? Hey, I can't see.
You don't need to see yourself. Vonry said, or Wicked said, "Hi, Lilypad." It's weird her calling you Vonry. I mean, she's gonna repeat whatever I say, so. No, you're not. There's nobody to talk to. Okay.
Down.
They can't talk back to you. They're right there. See these names? That's people talking to you. Lily, please watch the mic. Get down.
Ow.
Remember when we said if you're not going to listen, you can go and play your tablet by yourself. Okay, then you got to listen. Ow. Ow. Stop. She was fine like a minute ago. Yes. Don't grab my head. Don't grab my head. Respect my space.
I can't hear it.
You can hear it. That's amazing news, Whisper. You're not going to be able to hear it, baby. You don't know how to hold still. Okay? I'm sorry.
Hey, can I move the prince? Can I move Lily?
Sit down.
Can I move Lily?
Yes, you can move Lily.
Where's Lily?
We haven't gotten that far yet. Turn around. Lily, turn around. You're going to hurt yourself. Turn around.
But I'm like this. Yeah, we're at Disney. We're at Disney.
Alright.
No.
Actually,
Just kidding. Guys, look where we're at.
that's amazing. I didn't know. If you had let me know, I would have poked them and gotten you accepted faster. I have never had to put my password in. It's an earring. Remember, my desk isn't a toy. Oh, okay.
Hi, Mickey. Hi, Pluto. Hi, Donald. Hi, Minnie Mouse. Hi, Goofy. Hi, Donald. Minnie.
I was like, I am not doing the 12% save. 41%. If the game's too loud or anything, just let me know. Because it's pretty loud in my ear, but that doesn't mean anything.
I hear Disney, please.
Yay! You'll get to meet me in person. It doesn't stretch that far, Lily. No, don't pull it. If you want, Mom, we can turn up the TV a little bit so you can hear it, but you can't wear it.
Turn on the TV.
I said I can turn up the TV.
Can you turn up the TV?
Game is too loud. Got it.
Hi,
Peter
it's me,
Pan.
Peter.
Alright, you gotta give Mommy a minute, okay?
I want to find Pluto as bad as you do.
Aw, don't be shy. Flying's easy. All it takes is faith and trust and a little bit of pixie dust. I'd sure like it if you talked to me.
Stop. Just don't let it stop for a second.
That's all right. Anytime you're ready.
Baby, can you calm down? Hey, I need you to
Sure is
calm
a
down.
big
How does
building over
Daniel
there.
Tiger calm
You're
down?
like a castle.
How does Daniel Tiger calm down?
Are we playing
You
the
drank all
quiet
that
game?
sugar way too fast. How does Daniel Tiger calm down?
Doesn't anybody here know how to fly? It's all right. Anytime you're ready.
Alright. Is that better? Are you calm now?
Yep.
All these
Okay.
people get
Now
here.
can
I don't see any
move?
ships nearby.
Where are we gonna go today?
Oh yeah.
The
I'm better at
carousel,
being
the
quiet than you
carousel,
are.
the
Watch
carousel.
this.
Can I move her? Can I move her?
There you go. Don't look at the screen for a couple minutes. If you are easily get motion sick, I recommend you not looking at the screen for a couple minutes.
Can you move her?
Alright.
This is gonna be so much fun. Let's go. Run.
Lily, sit down. You have to sit down, okay?
Whee! We're on the carousel. Whee!
Do you like going on the carousel?
Yes. I'm on the carousel. I'm on the carousel. Awesome rolling.
I think we're gonna switch games around like 8:30.
Hey, can we go to Wonderland?
Alright, but if we go to Wonderland, you have to do it.
My whole school. Okay.
Alright? Yeah.
You click the following one.
Pass up a picture
Can
with the
what?
Mad Hatter.
Can I do the following one? Like
Okay, here you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You gotta watch what you're doing though if you're gonna play. Did you get a hotel there or are you driving, Wicked? Okay, hey. There you go.
Oh, my fur and whiskers. I'm late, so very, late. Don't dawdle now, we're overdue. Oh, dear me.
Alright, remember you gotta not hit anything.
You could be upset.
No.
Oh dear. Ouch. Sorry.
It's okay. There you go. Go down. There you go. Oh. Oh, you're getting better, baby. Good job.
Don't hit the mirror.
Careful, mind the furniture.
Oops, sorry.
That's okay. you're getting much better. Oh, watch the furniture.
Oh my!
Good job.
This won't hit me.
Can't
Don't
you
worry.
fall any faster?
Don't worry, I can fall any faster.
You got a hotel? That's great. I wish I had known that you could have gotten us on a hotel. Or you may have known somebody. We got a great deal on the Airbnb that we're staying at, though.
Don't hit on the cookies.
Watch the door. Oh, you didn't get the door. There's a door. Good job. One more. Oh, miss. There we go. Who's going up next?
The treasure cat, the treasure cat.
Alright. A and B.
And they say,
You don't have to hit them at the same time. Okay, hit Y and A. That's your trick? You just hit all of them? Alright. Now we hit X, B, and Y.
Yay, I did it!
marvelous.
We did it.
Marvelous.
Like 30 minutes outside of
If you'd really like to know, he went that way.
Fort Wayne, Indiana. So it's a 30-minute drive
Hurry
to get
now,
to the
no time
convention.
to waste.
We had one that was just a couple blocks away, but she told us she had to sell her house
No, no, no!
and move to Europe.
Hurry along, that's the way. Oh dear, that's not
I'm taken out by a leaf at the last second.
you. It's you. Well,
There.
haven't you done well? You've done everything correctly, I see.
Why does he talk like that?
Now,
Correctly is not a
explain yourself. What exactly was it that
Because
you
he does.
wanted? Oh,
word. No need to get carried away.
there's no need to get carried away.
We played this game a lot.
How very strange. Who
That's how he talks in the
are
movie.
you?
Alright, you want to do the next one? Okay.
X, A.
Oh, you're doing the falling one again.
Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no.
Let me fix
no,
it.
I'm not doing it. No.
Okay, there you go.
No, no, no,
I
no.
thought you had to. Thought you had the falling one again. My bad. My mistake.
It was yours. Did you make a mistake?
I did make a mistake.
Don't worry.
Well,
it was just
hit it,
not
child.
Oh dear, I'm
Thank you. All right, let's go.
Go. Oh no.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
All right.
Oh. Oh. Please. Oh.
Good job. You're getting better, baby.
Yep, I am. Stop. And go. Please. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, watch the jump.
Good job. I'm so proud of you.
Goodness, that was close. That was good.
That was close.
Oh, watch the
Yeah.
jump.
Oh, almost.
Oh, watch out. Watch your jump.
Good jump.
Ouch. Oh, please, keep going.
You're doing good. It's okay. It was an accident.
Watch the jump.
Jump.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
you missed the jump.
Oh, I missed it. Go, go, go.
Good job.
Goodness, that was close. Oh,
Mind the jump. Mind the jump.
the jump.
And another jump coming up now. One more. There you go.
Keep going. No, keep going.
Jump.
Oh, sorry.
You gotta move out of the way, baby. Nice job. I've seen this movie several times, thanks to Lily. I think that this movie is just an acid trip gone wrong. Jump. Good job.
Keep going.
You gotta move away from them.
Oh, watch the jump.
Jump.
You're almost there.
Off with their heads! Off with their heads!
Alright. Game is still too loud?
I want to do the falling one, the falling one. No! No, 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 no.
Oh, my fur and whiskers. I'm late. I'm late. Very, very late. Don't dawdle now. We're overdue.
Is that better? Oh, you're falling again.
Falling, falling, falling. Fall, 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 fall.
Much better? Okay. I was turning down the wrong thing.
Careful, mind the furniture.
Oh, 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 oh. No.
It's okay, you missed it.
Oh dear, that's not good at all.
So Lily, what would you like to ask everybody?
That we are playing. That I went to the library.
You went to the library today, but that's not a question.
What is the question?
The question is when you ask somebody something like, what's your favorite food, or what's your favorite color?
My favorite color is pink. And my favorite food is whipped cream.
Whipped cream? No, it's not. It's pasta.
My favorite is
Lily, watch the game.
oh yeah. My favorite is pasta.
Pasta. A and B.
And they say, I'm not all there. And they say, I'm not all there. Now, by the way, if you'd really like
Oh, did you love the hot dog pie
that way.
tweet that was making me retch earlier in the chair?
Now, no time to waste. Oh dear, that's not good at all.
I'm getting better and better.
You are? You're getting better every time. Alright, do you want to, after this, do you want to do the tea party or do you want to go back to the park?
Tea party.
Okay. Nah, man,
What's
nah. I
a
got
tea
lies.
party game?
The tea party in Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, you. It's
Yeah.
haven't you
I guess I'm gonna have to get her own screen, huh?
done everything
I'm also gonna need a bigger desk.
now?
Explain yourself.
The tea party game.
Was it that you wanted?
No.
I'm gonna do the I'm gonna do the tea party one, okay? It's the unbirthday party. A very merry unbirthday to you.
To you.
A very merry unbirthday to you.
To you.
You don't have to hit.
To you. To
I mean,
you.
I love hot dogs. What's not to like? I didn't know you loved hot dogs that much. Can you please remove your hands from my face?
That, too, is the most delightful time of day for tea.
A calculation made more probable by the omission of cake and cream, wouldn't you say?
Butter? With mustard and jam, if you don't mind.
Butter and jam I'm fine with, but mustard. Why was mustard added in?
How very, very rude indeed. Is it autumn already? Oh my goodness! Why, you brought confetti to my unbirthday party!
Confetti? What silly nonsense! They're leaves from the tree!
Leaves? When? Who's leaving? Oh, you! Get out! Go! Begone! Shoo!
Well, it seems you two could learn a few things about manners. Couldn't they stay for tea?
Oh, don't let's be ridiculous. Of course they can.
Are you mocking me by twisting your tongue upside down?
What a splendid idea!
Ready? Do as you do, or there'll be no cake. A very merry unbirthday
Hey!
to you.
Ooh.
Stupendous!
Yeah, ask her if there's a job. I need a job. I need a better paying job and a car. Happy Merry birthday to you. To you? She just hits all of them. Hey! You gotta dance. Dance. Hey, Lady Dragoness. Can you say hi, Lady Dragoness?
Hi, Lady Dragoness.
Weirdo. Look here. Or watch the game.
Phooey on Yui!
Chroma key half of her.
Nothing whatsoever.
Creepy ghost child. Lily, too much. Stop. Don't hit. Well, that's good. She lives in Philly. Are you dancing?
Oh, pickles and jam!
Pickles and jam. How are you, Lady Dragoness?
Uh-oh. I feel like I'm in Wonderland.
Oh yeah?
I'm here. I should be there. Have you seen the time?
Time? Never met him. Does he have a brother named Big Ben?
Oh my, oh me, no time for tea. You'll have my head.
Are we going back to the park now?
Yes, I want to go to Peter Pan's.
I'm alright.
Can we go to Neverland?
Yeah, we can go to Neverland.
Do Neverland.
Okay, you don't need to yell.
Can I do Neverland?
I think so. I think there's only one part in Neverland Mommy hasn't gotten a perfect on. I took extra anxiety meds, so we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
We're going to Neverland.
Yes, we're gonna go to Neverland. We have a lot of quests to complete still.
We never done Neverland.
Yes, we have. We've done Neverland plenty of times. It does suck. Don't push. Don't push, Lily. You're not being a very nice person tonight.
Is that yours? Is that mine?
That's mine, so don't put it in your mouth. Stop putting inanimate
that
objects in your
mine?
mouth. Yes.
Give me it. Give me it. Give me it.
Yes, she did.
The truth. Mommy, do you
Thank
like
you.
my teeth? Mommy, like my teeth?
Belle says that dinner is ready. Alright, we're gonna go. We're gonna get some dinner and we're gonna come right back up, okay? Okay. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
everybody.
Hi everybody, so we're back. Now we can play.
Well, we're eating dinner right now. There you go.
Can we play when we're eating?
I'd like you to eat some and then we're gonna play some more. Okay? Slow down into your food.
It's good.
That's good.
Hey, why is my face blue?
Ah, 'cause it is.
Why is my face blue?
'Cause it's blue.
Why is it blue again?
Because you don't have great lighting over there, baby. That's all. See, Lily's a demon by nature.
Can you scoot it back?
Yes, the chroma key just reveals her true self. I was gonna say I overseasoned the asparagus a little bit, but I'm not mad. That song True Colors was about this moment. I'm surprised you didn't even see my asparagus. Nope, you can't. Come on. These are spoon, not our hands, right? Oh, not on your shirt. That's why you use your spoon and your fork. Crazy child. We are having steak with a side of veggies and with veggies and a side of veggies. A double veggie. I'm kind of digging double veggies now. I can dig it. Yes, but it's not because Aunt Anna wipes it on her shirt. It's because food just commits suicide on her shirt. I know what we can do. You can eat your dinner and Mommy can buy some stuff in the shops, okay?
Hey, how about we see the trash?
The what?
Cheshire cat.
Cheshire.
We horns a Cheshire cat. Just horn him. Horn him. Horn him. Horn him.
Horn?
No, do this. Touch this watch.
What changed? Could you not?
turn black.
Oh, that's cool.
See that? I told you. You didn't know I was right.
That's hilarious.
See? And
The boobs do attract food.
you see?
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing to see about that.
Get your camera. Take a picture. Souvenir time. We should look for Goofy. I've got one autograph left.
Alright, let's see.
Hey, can we see Stitch?
I'm gonna go to the shop first.
Where is this?
We pressed everywhere. She wants nothing to do with them.
Can we go here?
Alright, let's buy the aliens. You're gonna eat dinner, Mommy's gonna go to the store.
Can you get some more
Or what?
for me?
There you are.
Hey, good to see you.
The child's gonna eat 2 tiny steaks by herself.
One of our best customers. Please take a look at our fine selection of hats.
Buy a dress for me?
I don't know. We can't buy anything. We bought everything out of that shop. I might actually need some steak sauce. Which is hilarious, because I don't use steak sauce.
Let's go buy the aliens. Let's see the aliens.
Give me a second. I've spent like 10 minutes cutting up your steak, okay? Let Mommy cut her own food.
Check out the frame rate of this camera.
Excuse me. You're supposed to. Hey, you're supposed to be eating.
Hey, let's see Stitch.
You said you wanted to see the aliens. You gotta make up your mind, love.
Can we see Stitch, please?
Kata, please, my pretty flower lace. Stitch, no you can. You very smart.
This is high five and a dance. High five. No, hug and high five and a dance.
Now shake it like the king.
Hug.
Hey,
high
you
five.
said. You said that after I had already started.
Very happy hug. Thank you. High five.
Baby steak do 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 do. Baby steak do do do.
Baby Stitch, baby Stitch.
Now shake it like the king.
Mommy Stitch, Mommy Stitch, Mommy Stitch, Mommy Stitch.
I know. Stitch can't wait.
Daddy Stitch, Daddy Stitch, Daddy Stitch. Grandma Stitch, Grandma Stitch, Grandma Stitch. Grandpa Stitch, Grandpa Stitch, Grandpa Stitch, Grandpa Stitch. Let's go hunt, let's go Let's go home.
Ooh. Oh yeah, baby. Alright, I gotta find 7 more of those things. Can you guys tell what mommy does? While we were playing this game?
It has never seen Disney.
Well, you've never seen Disney. Mommy's been to Disney once.
Little kid?
No. Lily, stop using your hands. You're gonna make everybody think that you were raised by wolves. Use your spoon. Use your spoon, use your fork. You have 2 utensils for a reason. I know I'm probably making some of you sick. I do apologize. That's dos.
Hey, let's go to Nemo. Nemo.
We'll go to Nemo when you're done eating.
Hey, can we see Cinderella?
When you're done eating. I was talking to my therapist about how stressed I was. About the cost of getting in the park. We have to pay to get into the park. She was like, don't worry, Lily's gonna love it. And I'm like, she's not gonna love it if I can't get in the park. I feel we have left Tomorrowland. We are still very behind on our goal to be able to pay to get in the park and some extra. I mean, the good thing about going to Disney... No, Baby Shark is never over. It's like we can make food or we can bring food in, and that's great and all, but... I love eating there, and the food's so good.
I bet the genie never had a friend like you for help.
Alright.
You know, it's also the oldest coaster west of the Mississippi. How cool is
That's 4. Problem is, they're completely hidden until we get up to them. I'm gonna say I don't think there's...
Can we change the new Lily?
No, we're not changing lilies anymore because you change lilies every 5 seconds and Mama's not doing it.
Go to Ghost.
We can go to the ghost and do all of that stuff when you're done eating your dinner.
Go to the best day ever store.
What are you talking about? Did somebody give you crack?
is a space ranger in your immediate vicinity. Your safety is ensured.
Wow, this place is humongous. It's so cool.
This installation looks safe and secure from invasion. Let's
Hi, Smythe. How are you, Smythe? It says there's 8. Where are the other 4?
There's Pluto. Sit.
Hold on.
Nap. Picture time.
Peter Pan's shadow. I see Peter.
Yeah.
We saw Peter Pan's shadow.
Hi, Adventure.
Hey, can we tell Peter Pan that we found his
Well, we gotta
shadow?
find 2 more shadows of Peter Pan's, and then we can go tell him we found them. Okay?
Let's find them.
Hold on. I can't see the one yet. Nope, you can't make an addendum. You said hi everyone. You didn't say except Vonry. You have failed. Vonry wins this round. This round goes to Vonry. Hey. Can you not drop food on the floor, please?
on a secret mission, huh? Don't worry, I won't say a thing.
How are you doing, Smythe?
Do come back.
Now I've got a headache and I feel a little nauseous.
Time to shake things up with that megaphone, pal.
Hey, where is Lilo?
What did Mama found? Hidden Mickey! How are you, Adventure? You want to say hi, Adventure? Go ahead, say hi, Adventure.
Hi, Adventure.
Say hi, Smythe.
Hi, Smythe. Can you say hi yet?
You work what day? I'm so lost.
Lost.
They are not going to believe how much fun we've had here.
They're just being weirdos, like usual. Hey, are you a weirdo? Lily, are you a weirdo? Uh-huh. Smythe said hi, little one. And Adventure said hello, Princess Lilyput. Can you tell everybody what you're eating?
Green steak and vegetables.
I thought she said vegetables. Smythe wants a high five. High five. Psh. Awesome.
High five time.
Awesome.
Again.
Awesome.
Again.
Last one. Awesome.
Awesome. Awesome.
Alright, all done, all done.
No,
I'm gonna high five your face.
high five on my face. High five on my face again.
No.
Hey, can you give me some more? More vegetables?
Yeah, that's what everybody heard, vegetables. You gonna be a streamer just like Mama? All the high fives. Sorry, steak is very hard to cut tonight. Actually, it's just very tough all around. Right? Can you use your spoon, please? No, use your spoon. Stop touching your food with your hands, please. Steak with vegetables. Ooh, look at the pretty wings. You like the rainbow wings?
I bet you Gene never had a friend like you. For help.
Thanks. CPS will be at my house soon. William Smythe. I forgot that this game gives me simulated motion sickness. Lily. Touching food with your hands.
Ding ding dong ding 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 ding.
Jesus Christ. Alright, that's 5. There's 3 more somewhere.
Hey, let's go to the room that we found the shadow.
We have to find 2 more shadows before we can tell Peter Pan anything. Stop hitting me.
3 more shadows.
2 more.
2 more.
Mm-hmm. Are you too cute? Don't. Oh my god, can you not? Why are you stabbing yourself with a fork? Why, child? Where are they?
Mommy, there's a shadow. A shadow.
Where?
Here.
Where?
Here.
There's no shadow.
Right over there.
Just any shadow or Peter Pan shadow?
Peter Pan shadow.
Where do you see Peter Pan shadow?
Over there. Over there. Over there, watch this.
No shadow, baby.
Getting lost. Getting lost.
I'm not lost. I'm trying to find these stupid boxes.
Did you say stupid boxes?
Yes, but you're not allowed to say stupid.
When I was growing up.
When you're grown up, yes, you can say stupid, but not now.
Yeah, but I'm a kid.
Last I checked. Alright. Alright, 2 more, and I'm already sick. Stop using your fingers. I forgot how motion sick this game made me. Here.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Can I do it?
Yeah, I think we got all these. Yep.
Nemo hide and seek.
There you go. Give mommy a break. Nobody's allowed to tell Troy to use steak sauce.
Sweet. Hey, you wanna come play on the reef? It's the coolest place on the whole ocean. Awesome. Come on, dudes. This is my favoriteest place to play. When I start counting, you hide.
Right now we are playing hide and seek with Nemo.
Still counting. 19, 16, 14. You better be hiding. 13. I'm down to 10, guys. 10, 7. Shape yourself like the coral. 3, 2, 1, 0. Woohoo! Ready or not, here I come. Wow, you're really good at this game. I know a place with even more hiding spots.
Yummy?
This is part of the coral reef. It's
I think so.
awesome. I'll count. You find a good hiding spot. 20. Still counting. 19. 16. 14. You better be hiding. 15. Nemo's almost done, guys. 10. 7. Go up and down. 6, up and down. 3, 2, 1. 0. Woohoo! Here I come. Ready or not.
You don't need any more. You have 3 little bites of steak left.
Come on. Let's go to the next hiding place. Sweet.
Dude. Sweet.
And you hide. 20. Still counting.
Have fun.
19.
Don't let them bite you.
14. You better be hiding. 13. 10, guys. 10. 7. Whoa. 6. Awesome for hiding. 3. But watch out. They move fast. 1.
Oh, he can see you. You gotta hide.
Bet I could find you.
Hide behind the fish.
I found you.
Oh no, he found you.
Ever seen a sea sponge?
Sorry.
Lots of them.
It's okay, baby.
Get ready. I'm gonna count. No peeking. I promise. 20. Still counting. 19.
I don't even think you've seen the Finding Nemo movie.
14. You better be hiding. 13.
I've seen the movie.
Guys, awesome, dude.
don't think you have seen the movie before. At least not with mommy.
3, 2, 1, 0.
I'm gonna regret this, but maybe there's a list of Disney movies.
He sees me.
Guys, follow me. We're gonna go see a whole bunch of ancient ruins.
I can't see Nemo.
Oh, I'm sorry, baby. There you go.
20, still counting. 16, 14, you better be hitting. 13, time's almost up. 10, guys. 10, 9, aren't these ruins a sweet hiding spot? 3, 2, 1, 0. Woohoo! Time's up. I caught you. Last game, let's go. Whoa, nice.
Holy shit. I've never even heard of some of these.
20, still counting. 19, totally. 16, 14, you better be hiding. 13, Nemo's almost done, guys. 10, 7, hide, hide. 6, 3, 2, 1, 0. Woohoo! I'm coming to find. There you are.
Okay, just give me the animated films.
Fun. Thanks for playing with us. So, you want to go see the shipwreck now? It's kind of spooky.
Alright.
No way.
Snow White, the Seven Dwarfs, Pinocchio, Fantasia, The Reluctant Dragon, never heard of that. 1941. Dumbo, Bambi. Soldos Amigos. Hello Friends, 1942. Victory Through Air Power. The Three Caballeros. Make Mine Music. Nope. Song of the South. Not gonna touch that one. Fun and Fancy Free, Melody Times, The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad. I don't know that one. Then Cinderella, Alice in Wonderland, Peter Pan, Lady and the Tramp, Sleeping Beauty. 101 Dalmatians, The Sword and the Stone. That's a good one. We should play that for some night. The Jungle Book, The Aristocrats, Robin Hood, Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. The Rescuers. Oh, I forgot about The Rescuers. Fox and the Hound. That's such a sad movie. The Black Cauldron, one of my personal favorites, 1985. The Great Mouse Detective.
Mate, nothing to be afraid of.
Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Oliver and Company.
Since my last fish.
The Little Mermaid, DuckTales.
Fish are
Rescuers Down Under, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Nightmare Before Christmas.
Wow, that's great, Bruce.
Uh,
Really great. I'm just gonna... Ow!
Oh, mate.
Lion King, Goofy Movie, Pocahontas, Toy Story, James and the Giant and the Peach. Still haven't seen it.
Rude.
Hunchback of Notre Dame. Still haven't seen that.
Swim!
Yeah, we should do Sword in the Stone next Tuesday.
Don't let Bruce catch
That was such a good one. Hercules, Mulan, A Bug's Life, Doug's first movie. Tarzan, Toy Story 2, Fantasia. The Tigger movie.
Fish tonight.
Dinosaur.
I think we got him.
I don't think I saw that. Emperor's New Groove, Recess, School's Out, Atlantis. Oh, I love the Atlantis movies. Monsters Inc. Return to Neverland.
Ida.
Don't hit anything!
There is an animated Return to Neverland? Oh, we gotta look that up. Lilo and Stitch, Treasure Planet, The Jungle Book 2, Piglet's Big Movie. Finding Nemo, Brother Bear, Teacher's Pet.
Up here!
Home on the Range. The Incredibles. Pooh's Huffalumpa movie. Howl's Moving Castle.
Just one time.
Wait, what's not very good? I missed it, I'm sorry.
Whoa, we are almost shark food.
Valiant, Chicken Little, Bambi. Valiant. Bambi 2?
Shake it off, dude.
Wild. Cars, Meet the Robinsons, Ratatouille, Enchanted. Enchanted's only animated like a little bit. Return to Neverland? Ah, okay. That doesn't count. Wall-E, Tinkerbell, Roadside Romeo.
Where did he go?
Looks terrible. Bolt Up Ponyo. Ponyo? Tinkerbell and the Lost Treasure. A Christmas Carol.
Frustrated.
Princess and the Frog, Toy Story 3, Tales of Earthsea.
Shark.
Watch out for the...
It's an animated. It's a Miyazaki.
Shake it off, dude.
Earthsea. I know that name for some reason.
That was close.
Romeo and Juliet, Mars Needs Moms. Cars 2, Winnie the Pooh, The Secret of Arietta. Another anime. Did I tell you about the time in the movie theater my sister worked at started playing the Chainsaw Massacre and in the Brother Bear Theater? It was hilarious. That sounds awful. Like, hilarious and terrifying.
Is it on?
Arjun, the Warrior Prince. Brave, Secret of Wings. Tinkerbell. Frankenweenie, Wreck-It Ralph, Monsters University. Planes. I see the end of the list, guys. Frozen, The Pirate Fairy, The Wind Rises, Planes, Fire and Rescue, Big Hero 6, Strange Magic. That one. Oh, yes, I do. Do I? Tinkerbell and the Legend of the Never Beast makes me cry every time. Inside Out, The Good Dinosaur, Zootopia, Finding Dory, Moana, Cars 3, Coco, Incredibles 2, Wreck-It Ralph Breaks the Internet, and Toy Story 4. Don't have that mess on your stop putting your fingers in the sauce.
Fish tonight.
Easier way to do that is to just mix your... No, don't use your fingers. There you go.
Bruce? Is he okay? Huh?
It's a lot of movies.
Sorry, mate.
I need a printable list.
Came home. I see red and I...
And then we need to tape it up. And we can cross them off as you watch them.
Are you sure, mate? I didn't mean it. I swear. I would never want to... oh, pardon me.
See you later, Bruce. Yeah, later, dude.
Yeah. I mean, the Song of the South, that's not happening. Like, we'll cut out, like, the up to the 80s of all the ones we don't know. I mean, hell, even Peter Pan's really dodgy, and she's only gonna watch it the once. Forgot about Fantasia.
No.
I'm keeping her attention because I put... So, this is resting on a mirror so she can see herself. We're talking about Disney movies from like the 40s to the 80s. Specifically the animated ones. Your spoon. Really, let go.
I want this.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of them on the list that I had forgotten all about. That, like, I don't even think of anymore.
I can't get the corn.
Here.
Feed me, feed me, feed me.
That's not how you talk to me.
Please, you feed me. Airplane.
You are too old to get an airplane.
No, I want you to zoom the spoon like an airplane.
How do you ask for things?
Please.
Atlantis was amazing. Atlantis is one of my all-time favorites.
Can you feed me? Can you feed me? Feed.
You can feed yourself.
I want peas. Please have some veggies. Corn and some peas.
I'm trying to get the carrots out that you magically don't like cooked carrots anymore. Wicked, I saw a picture on Facebook that made me think of you. It's a throwback to when my kids ate what I made for dinner and didn't complain. And it was a ultrasound picture. Entertain people.
I see, little dudes.
Look at that. It's so cool. Yes.
Eastern Australian Current, EAC.
Now we take you back to the surface.
Oh, little dudes! Welcome to the East Australian Current. What do you say we go for a ride?
It's Crush. Oh, Crush, that'd be great. Thanks.
Cool. Grab a hold of Squirt. And
You know you know that you're a big time streamer when you're so busy playing games that somebody else has to feed you.
East Australian Current is the best part of the whole entire ocean.
I'll feed you, but you gotta entertain them. That's your job.
Go with the flow.
That.
EAC to the rest. What?
Lily, watch the game and play. I know you have a big mouth. Open it bigger.
Whoa! Keep going, dudes.
Like, whoa.
Now she's gonna want everything covered in steak sauce.
Watch those shockers.
Actually, I think she'll eat anything as long as it's covered in sauce.
You can jump on the drumstick. Don't get stung.
Whoa, dude. Adventure, yeah.
Alright, last bite. There you go.
Sweet recovery.
Hey, can I have
Hunt time.
ice cream sandwich.
Yeah, later.
Time to kill the motors, dude.
I'm not doing it right now. Stop. We'll get one more.
Can I have some at 8 o'clock?
Maybe. Mommy's not even done eating.
Maybe when you're done eating.
Watch out for
Maybe.
I got stung. Oh.
Ooh. I hope everybody's had a better day than I have.
Rocket. Watch your noggins.
Here comes the tricky part.
Take off the sliders. Keep going, dudes. Dude, jump on the tops. Trust me. Don't let the jelly sting you.
You're okay.
I've never been dunked by a jellyfish, and I hope that I can keep that track record. And if I never go to the beach or in the ocean, we're good.
Whoa, are you okay?
Swam right into that baby.
Baby, baby, baby.
Are you precious, girl?
Hey, can I have some of your steak? Yum, 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 yum.
Sweet recover. And that, my little dudes. Now we
Did you get stung? You got stung, right?
Go, go, go! That's it! You got it! See you later, dude!
I heard peeing on a jellyfish sting is a lie. That is a falsehood.
Where?
I don't go in the ocean because of everything that lives in the ocean.
Nom, 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 nom. You hit hide and seek.
You already did hide and seek. Can you stop hitting me? You think she'd never eaten before? I'm convinced all kids are trying to convince everybody and everybody. So you stepped on a jellyfish that had been eaten by a shark. Yeah, I would nope the fuck out too. That's what I call it. Nope. No, this is my dinner. You already ate yours. You ate 2 little steaks.
Can I have some more little steaks?
No.
He just gave me one. I want to go to Ghost's. Please could take me to Ghost's.
Okay, but you gotta play it by yourself. Stop hitting there. I feel like I missed the conversation, Wicked. Not gonna lie. What shit are we talking about? Oh, out of your house? That's awesome. Took a minute for my brain to catch up. Sit up.
No peeking. No peeking. No peeking.
I got you.
A pirate for a picture moment.
We're here.
Oh!
I bet we've seen at least 10 princesses today. Oh,
I didn't know your mother-in-law lived with you.
Go, 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 go. Let's see Tiana. Yeah.
hey everybody.
Go, 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 go.
That hurts.
Very kind of you to be helping so many folks out.
Can we give Tiana a and a high five?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're so
Well, damn.
All right.
She does kisses like.
No.
One autograph coming right up.
La, 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 la. Hey, now we can go to a grocery.
Let's check the shop.
You look like you're having fun.
Le Baton Rouge.
So nice to see you again. You look
That's what they all say. Nope, we want everything in here. I think it's one of the reasons I'm happy we don't have like extra space, because like all these people I see are like, oh, I'm screwed, I need a place to live. I'd be like, oh yeah, you can stay here for a couple of months. Like a couple months to me is not the same as a couple months to them. Wait, you're not moving into the new place?
No! No!
No, what?
You go this way, not.
This is the way I've always gone. Like, I know several certain someones who probably would never leave. Wait, so you're probably thinking about the same maniac like her than I am.
When hinges creak in doorless chambers, and strange
Oh no, that's terrible. I'm sorry.
through the halls, whenever candlelights flicker, where the air is deathly
Kids,
still,
comment down below if you like
when
this game or
ghosts
you
are
not.
present, practicing their terror with ghoulish delight.
Y'all running a bed and breakfast, huh? No, thank you. Stop pulling.
Close! Close my neck.
No, stop. Lilith.
I need to get a new neck.
Wicked said, I love this game, Lily. You need to get a new neck.
Yep, I want a new neck. I need a new neck. I need a new neck.
How dare you enter with no
How color am I? What color am I?
So you thought you could stop in and play? Here you have trespassed, and
See, she needs her own
here
YouTube
you
channel.
Stay. Let them be cast by each hideous shape to regions beyond with no hope of escape.
I wish I could afford a GoPro. I would just give that to her. Here you go, honey.
Freely you fall, you tumble and spin. Scream so the spirits will know you dropped in.
Welcome, foolish mortals, to the Haunted Mansion. I am your host, your ghost host. There's no turning back now. Our tour begins here in this gallery, where you see paintings of some of our guests as they
So you're all
appear
gonna
in
laugh.
corruptible mortal state.
There was a guy named Chet in one of the Lucifer episodes I was watching.
Actually stretching, or is it your imagination? Of course, there's always my way. Now, as they
Hi, Fuzzy Panda!
look alive.
Who's Fuzzy Panda?
She's Mama's friend. You say hi, Fuzzy Panda?
Hi, Fuzzy Panda.
No, I'm not gonna squeeze your neck. Stop. Is he my fighter? Yes, this is Lily. She wants to be a professional YouTuber.
We find it delightfully
No, thank you. Stop.
Every room
Thank
has
you.
wall-to-wall creeps.
Let's see, who is my fighter? My options are
Chills.
4 very white dudes.
Listen.
How are you, Fuzzy?
Now we have
Alright, Chad.
999 happy hearts.
Peak Caucasian masculinity. Lives to fuck, fucks to lives. Has fucked your girlfriend, sister, mom, and dad.
This
Master of every contact sport.
creature
Special
has a
atomic...
spirited
No,
idea.
that's not him.
To meet you,
Ruthless,
face
cold, and
to
cunning,
face.
physically weak, but can overpower
And your
enemies through sheer
hands
force
through
of wealth.
time, like
Single black friend reminder he's immune to all accusations of racism.
hope you don't
Summons
have an
legion of
aversion
lawyers.
to darkness.
Quick to anger, although merciful at heart. Energy drinks to activate Berserker Rage. Can punch through any wall regardless of composition.
As they say.
Special the fuck you set up my mom.
alive.
Hey, it's my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law is a Kyle.
We receive so
Tanner,
few.
expert
There
survivalist,
are
chewing
several
tobacco, eliminates stamina
prominent
loss.
ghosts who have
Camera
retired.
renders him invisible and forested arrows.
Old crypts.
Can use 1/16th Navajo ancestry to summon a Wendigo. Oh, it's a strong tie between Chet and Tanner.
A spirit approaches to carry you.
Just finished eating. So did we. I'm doing well now. My anxiety meds have kicked in.
Are you doing well? Are you well?
I'm well. Are you well?
All our ghosts have been
I'm a little bit
dying to
sick.
meet you.
A little sick.
This one can hardly contain himself.
You are a bit hot. Yeah, hashtag Wendigo.
I am hot. I'm a big, big hot.
You're a little hot.
Are you having trouble getting through?
No, you were running around a lot
No,
outside.
no.
Could take you forever.
No. And he said, warm is sick, cold is sick, and hot is sick.
No, thank you. Don't. Stop. You're not gonna get any dessert. You're not listening.
I want dessert. Please, can you get me dessert?
You gotta finish the game.
Find your way.
I've never known.
We're assembling for a swinging wave.
I think I knew a Kyle.
Be late for your own party now, do you?
Lily, sit up.
The happy haunts have received your sympathetic vibrations.
I think I do know Kyle. That's the best I can do. I don't think I've known a Chad, a Chet, or a Tanner.
Let me hide the mirror. The ghost.
This is her favorite part. I've known Kyle's, but yeah, they were all meh. I'm trying to, like, my memory sucks to begin with. Tanner was hot and nice. I mean, anything's possible. Don't do that. Good try, baby. Is this your favorite game?
Careful, please. We spirits are frightfully sensitive to bright lights.
Is this your favorite game?
It's like the wings.
So did you stream today, Fuzzy? You still kicking everybody's butt in Paladins? Oh, did you finish We Were Here? Tell me all about it. I'm dying to know. Oh, he has a kid. He had a kid, and he's not hot anymore. In there, man. That like one dude I had a crush on, like all of school for some reason. No idea why.
Remember,
Got
no
not
bright
hot.
lights, please. We
Was like,
expect
damn.
manners.
It kind of made me happy, because he was a douche to me. All school.
She's hiding. She's hiding.
You're about to stream? Awesome.
I think I
It
need
was
to
so
go. I'll
the
be
we
right
were
back.
here. Where are you
I'll be
going?
I need to go to the party.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. All right, guys, we're gonna take a break. We'll be right back.
I'll be right back.
It's your Wolf Sanctuary shirt.
But it changed into color. I like it pink, not blue.
Sit down so they can see your face.
Hey, kids, do you like ice cream sandwiches?
Yeah, kids. Oh yeah. The cookie part's kind of crunchy. So what are you gonna do next?
How about we go? How about we go talk to Mad Hatter?
How about we do one of these 8 million quests we've got?
Let's help Genie. These books. How about the man? Oh, I want to go to Neverland.
You just said you wanted to help Genie.
Oh, can we go Neverland first?
Which is why after a year we're only at 41%.
Look, the circle turns to blue.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the blue?
Take Aurora's photo while she's wide awake.
Hello. Yes.
Aurora wants to talk to us.
Princesses
Wait, can we
always
talk to Aurora?
Princesses always want to talk to us.
To meet you, dear. I'm Aurora, but my 3 aunts call me Briar Rose. They're such darlings. Oh, my friend, you're just in time. It's my Aunt Merryweather's birthday soon, and Aunt Fauna and I want to bake her a special cake. But before we can start, we need to find our baking utensils. Could you help us find them while we look over the recipe? See you in a little while. Please don't forget the utensils, dear.
Don't spend that money.
What a delightful day to stroll.
Captain Hook. Captain Hook.
Oh, we need a picture.
The castle looks so much. Can you pose like this? Isn't this fun?
They're cold.
Wow, look, just right. Right. Let's talk to Captain Hook. Go talk to Captain Hook.
Welcome to me crew. Well, what are you waiting for? Dinner's up for you. Oh, listen up. That miserable brat Peter Pan has taken steps to agitate me again. The crocodile haunts me, and he's hidden alarm clocks everywhere in this perplexing park, just to vex me.
I bet Captain Hook needs
I find that hilarious being startled by ticking clocks.
Trust me,
But I kind of get it.
rewarded.
You know he doesn't like hugs.
Now, no affection.
Now we gotta go find some clocks.
Feast your eyes, gentlefolk. It is I, the great.
Alright. But you said you wanted to go to Neverland, right? I'm down with that. Neverland it is.
Neverland today.
Cider doesn't really go to ice cream sandwich. I'm a little sad by that. One. I have one secret I have yet to get on this one. Because you can't get hit. Can mommy do the Jolly Roger first? Yeah? Okay. I think it's you just don't have, you can't get hit by cannons. And I've already been hit twice.
Mommy, can I have some of your water?
You have your own water, baby. I'll give it to you in a second. Already been hit twice. No, I'm sad that it's not good. That was dumb. I just need to get down like a routine of not getting hit. Come on.
Oh, this so good. I wanna do flying.
No, I didn't like the mixture. I like the ice cream sandwich, and I like the cider. It's just the combination isn't great for me. It cut out the sweetness of the cider for some reason for a minute. Or maybe my tongue was numb.
Where's he going?
I don't know.
He's going this way. And she's going that way.
Yeah, taken out by some puss. No, I like the ice cream sandwich. I even like that it was like crunchy, like a cookie. That was pretty cool. But then immediately having some cider afterwards, no bueno.
Where's he going? Come back here, Tinky.
Tink.
Come on, Tinky.
No, Tink. Either Tinkerbell or Tink.
Tinky.
No, Tinky. You're Tinky.
I am not Tinky. Tinky, come on. Tinky. Tinkerbell, come on. Come on, Tinkerbell.
No, ice cream sandwich. It's very hard to screw up an ice cream sandwich.
Tinkerbell, come on.
You're following her.
wants me to follow her.
Huh? There, she has a face again.
Yeah, this is so much fun. Bee to the rescue!
The game, silly girl.
Oh!
Wait, stop.
Just kidding.
Play your game so I can pay attention. Weirdo. I gave birth to the weirdest of weirdos. Are you the weirdest of weirdos?
Down, down, up, up, down, down, up, up.
I'm gonna be very sad if Troy can't go to the convention.
Up, up.
No, I'm not surprised at all. She could summon Cthulhu and I wouldn't be surprised. I'm probably like, I was kind of expecting that.
She's flying so good. Let me see if I can bump into them.
Alright, my turn. Another shot. No, I get another shot at the next one. It's the only one we need here.
No.
Can I play it, please? Thank you.
You hit click, 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 click,
And I messed up.
Wow, 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 wow. Okay, town, 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 town.
I need this.
Town, 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 town. Okay, town, 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 town. Okay, town, 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 town. Town, town,
Lily.
town, town. I said, look at that. Can we ride my bike today?
It's almost nighttime, baby.
Can we ride my bike tonight?
Don't pull.
Please, can we ride my bike tonight?
Lily, stop pulling.
Please, ride my bike. Please.
No, it's gonna be too late. We'll do it tomorrow. Please don't pull. Oh, Lily, can you please get off me? Please? Please? Thank you. Come on. Okay, one side done.
Is this glass?
Yes.
Is the blue glass?
Yes. I need you to calm down for just a minute, okay?
Who do such a mean thing? I know.
I did it! Ha ha!
What?
I I got the hidden Mickey. All right.
Hey, can I do the flying Peter? Click on it. Click, 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 click.
There you go. We got all the secrets. There you go. Is that the only way to fly? I'm gonna be very sad if Vel can't go to the, welcome back. Can't go to the convention.
I was hoping we'd see mermaids here.
It's like, but it's our time together. It's the only vacation we have this year. That's just us.
Let's see
well,
if
I mean,
can
and you guys, but.
We're in town. We're in town now.
Childless, we'll say that's the only childless vacation we have this
We're
year.
in town.
Say it there.
Town.
Don't pull on my shirt.
I said we're in town.
Aren't you supposed to be flying with Peter? No, thank you.
Hey,
Well, if you're not going to do it, then I'll do it.
No.
Okay, then do it. You're... You know what the secret ingredient is? Trolls.
We may get a little wet.
It's people. Bee, hit bee.
Jelly.
The best way to dry off is to keep flying. Now that's the only way to fly.
No, thank you. No! I don't know. Stop grabbing. No, thank you. Play the game. No, thank you. Thank you. Lily, turn it down or put your earbuds in.
Kindly don't ruffle me coat now. Kindly stop striking me. It's my job to strike you. No one calls me shit and gets away with it.
You know what? This is on Game Pass, and if you guys like Disney and all, I highly recommend it. I would play this much more if it didn't make me sick.
Stop doing that. You almost made me fall. I'll carve you up like a holiday turkey.
Almost got him. No sound. Sorry, Wicked and Monry. Apparently I was ignoring you. I was dealing with something. Right.
Here comes Hook.
Stop doing that. How dare you?
Watch out!
I've a fear of heights.
You love this game? My goal is to eventually get 100%.
Well, boo-hoo.
Get ready.
Ow, that really hurt.
Wow.
I'll cut you down to size.
Does Tanner now have fixed cars?
It's my job to strike.
Yeah, Zappy, this is a great game.
Careful, he's gonna attack.
You almost made me fall.
I would love to see them have an updated version.
Oh, bridge. Oh. Hey, that hurt.
I slapped him in the face with my sword, I dig it. Give me my pens. I'm owed 2 pins. Hogswash. I should have 2 pins. I have everything and everything. Now I'm just mad. You're at 80%? Well, this is Lily's game. And, we started playing this with her to get her interested in video games. Thank you, Haiku. Yeah, we started playing this with her to get her into video games. And it worked a bit. And there's some other games that she's into. But we don't play this with her that often. So she plays this, she plays Kingdom Hearts with her dad. I am owed 2 pins. Where are they? Five stars, 4 of 4, 5 stars, 1 of 1, 5 stars, 4 of 4, 5 stars, 1 of 1. There must be a glitch. There's gotta be some kind of glitch. I should have all 5 pins. I'm hoping that maybe if we save and reload, they'll all be there. We'll see. I'm trying to think of what other ones I don't have complete. Okay, so somebody is off on her tablet, so I could keep playing this, or I could check out Prop Hunt on Fortnite. What would you guys like to see? This or Prop Hunt?
Perfect weather, isn't it? Ah, it's you. You can't stay away from the store. I like that.
Bippity Boppity Boutique. That's where I want to take Lily.
Remember, do not eat the last boy.
I have 5 stars on everything. I made sure of that.
There's lots of people walking around.
I'll check back again when
That's what Mr. Honest John says anyway.
anybody who calls himself honest. Yeah, I'll check it again the next time I come in. Okay, Astro Blasters and Space Mountain. I don't think I've done. The Small World one sucks though. Try Pop Hunt so I can see if it's worth the update. Whatever I want. What I want is every time to play this game to play the Tinkerbell section, but yeah. Definitely not where I thought it was going to be. Oh, it dropped me off at the entrance of the whole thing. Alright, I'm gonna try the princess one. I'm gonna see if anything different's happening there, and if nothing different is happening there. Got 20 pictures of the Mad Hatter, leave me be. Remove thyself, peasant, from my presence. Where am I? Showeth me on the map. Why can't it just be like you are here? There's Small World. It's a small world after all. Alright, I have 1 vote for Prop Hunt.
Hello there. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Because I didn't have access to all the princesses last time I was here. still don't. Go back. Return. Return to the park. Oh, and as a reminder, there's no coffee with Crimson next week. I am going to be... If she wants, I will be playing games with Von Rhee during her charity stream. Her strem. I also don't have anybody booked. I don't even have anybody to talk to. I don't have anybody considered. Actually, it's after this week for Coffee with Crimson. I have 2 weeks off of Coffee with Crimson. Man, I just kind of wish that like we could multi-stream, because like then I could do the Mixer and you could do the Twitch, and we could get all the monies. Do one round of this stupid one. Where's even? Wait, where's the entrance? There it is. You have to do this one multiple times and hope you get more countries. The fireworks one was also a pain. I mean, if it's during the day, we could try it. If you wanted to. As long as we reset in the morning. Lily is watching a car run over things on YouTube. That is what she is doing. That's creepy. Now I feel like I'm Coraline. Oh, in the Lucifer show. In Lucifer, they,
Mommy, can I have some M&Ms?
No.
Hey, I want to play.
No, you wanted to play with your tablet, so I'm playing by myself now.
No, I want to play too.
Places and learn from different cultures. Just
Please. Please, can I have some?
No, you were mean to me. No, Mommy's doing this for stars. Hey, no whining.
These are not for stars.
I came in here to get points. You said you wanted to play with your tablet. Make up your mind.
Is it Moana? Moana? Moana?
No, it's not Moana. Oh, I don't know. I've seen this one yet. Stop hitting my chair, please.
wow, we've arrived in the Middle East. Ancient land with many rich cultures.
It's hard, yeah.
You want to share a dance with me? Try to follow their movements and learn the dance.
No, this is the land that Aladdin and Jasmine live in.
Oh, is that Aladdin?
No.
Is that Jasmine?
No.
Is that Jasmine?
No.
Where's Jasmine?
Really?
Look.
One more. Yay! Got one.
It's too dark. I think it's time to set sail again. Come on.
His creepy, barely blinking eyes. Why do I have to get all perfects to get 5 stars worth of coins? Like, are we in Japan or China?
Welcome to the beautiful and tranquil continent of Asia. The dancers will teach you some new dance moves. Just follow along.
I want the clothes.
I saw Lego Harry Potter.
What, baby?
I saw Lego Harry Potter.
Okay, baby.
Mommy showed. Dad showed me it.
Maybe when we finished all the books, we can get some Lego Harry Potter. This is the death of Vonry. Quick time events where you have to know where the buttons are. Ooh, another one. We only got 2 more countries to go, I think.
This is a great place. There's still more to see. Let's pull up the anchor and start turning that lever.
That's why I'm glad that those PlayStation games are finally coming to PC, so I can use an Xbox controller. But Until Dawn isn't one of them, right? I'll do this one and then I'll switch to Fortnite for a little bit. Yeah. I would love to see Until Dawn become one. Actually, I would love to, like, just be done with, like, exclusives. It's just like, everybody has their preference. Just let them do what they want. Just let us play on what we want to play on. PC, Xbox, PlayStation, Wii. Or, sorry, Switch.
Who's these?
Dancers, baby. A little crazy with that one. I was like, no, I must not miss the button. Oh, I missed one.
What is this?
But not yours. Put it back. I also think my stomach hurt really bad yesterday because I ate mochi 2 days in a row.
Time to start turning the lever.
Alright, one more country, guys. Let's get this last star.
I'm so high.
How are you, Haiku? I'm sorry. I was so distracted with Lily being a butt. Oh, this is the finale. Okay.
If you follow the dancers, their friends will all join in too.
I hope it looks cool because I can't look.
I wonder if there are even more places to visit that we didn't see this time around.
What does it take to get 5 stars, man? I'll play around on PC so that way if anybody wants to join. I hope they keep it as a permanent mode. If it's good, I hope they keep it at permanent mode. If it's not, I don't care. I don't care what they do. Oh, I just remember, fam, friends, loves, pets, mods, that if you contribute to my Patreon, we could eventually make Carl Free with Crimson into a podcast. Even for the low price, at $2 a month, you get amazing things. Like Vonri is a $2 a month subscriber, and she gets entrance music. $5 a month, you get something on the board. It's totally worth it.
Are you going home? Are you going?
What?
Not to play this game anymore?
No, I'm gonna be all done. I'm gonna play something different for a little while.
Hey, how about hide and seek in the bed?
No, we're not playing hide and seek in the bed.
There's good time there.
Alright, I'll put it back on.
Accident.
Yeah, Mama's not mad, baby. It's fine. But it is your fault, but it was an accident. Don't wear it.
Look at me. Hey.
Yes, you're very silly. Of course I can't do that. Oh, I accidentally closed something I wanted to look at.
No, I don't want to go to bed. Let's come back. Back.
Okay, Fortnite. Easy anti-cheat that sometimes doesn't let me play the game because it thinks I'm cheating. I see you. He went to the movies with Uncle Henry, remember? Yeah.
You have my
He has a beard. Yep.
color.
It's salt and pepper. It's a like it,
Pepper.
yeah, it's a lot of white. It's a lot of gray.
White. Gray.
Yep.
I'm just hair gray.
Yeah. She looks dope. Hi, Haiku. I like how Fortnite is still in early access. It's been in early access for 4 years. It's never coming out. Oh, look at them sexy skins. Oh, baby. I want that one and that one. I want the gray elf and the hot pirate. I'm okay. How are you? I've had a week. I've had a day. I've had a week. Got a lot of work to do. This week is fired, and try again next week. An update is required. Okay. No, it's being a butt. It's being an absolute butt. By the way, free game right now is called, something. Oh, there's so many good-looking games. I'm not gonna lie. That's good. I was having a rough 2 days, so I know how you feel. I get you. Y'all playing Battle Royale. I have to finish working on tarot cards today. Ooh, I love tarot cards. Like, Omen of Sorrow looks kind of good. Classic 2D 4-button fighting game. Characters inspired by horror and fantasy now available on PC. I'm sorry, what? There is a werewolf and a Frankenstein and a gargoyle? Oh my god. There's a free demo? Yo, I'm gonna need to change. I also recommended to a friend of mine, and she'll probably be sending you a message before long. Awesome! I'm a little overwhelmed with work right now, but... I'm sure I can squeeze one in. I'm downloading I got the Omen of Sorrow demo. It's a fighting game. I don't even like fighting games. Wait, when do you want to have no tasks? Library. What do you mean get Fortnite? I have Fortnite. Oh. Yeah, update the game. She was looking for someone to make her an outro for her. Awesome. I hope she DMs me. Updating 0%. This may take forever. Alright, let's go back to looking at what games they have. Rebel Galaxy. And the last day of June is going to be free... Ooh, tomorrow. It's only free for a week. So, Rebel Galaxy is like kind of like Firefly. No, Epic does not like me tonight at all. It's only free till tomorrow. So grab it now. It's like Firefly, but a video game. What is this? Take a look at these games. I was like, am I not seeing any? Oh. Probably not quite what I was thinking it was. But it still looks pretty dope.
So in Ancestors, you have to explore, expand, and evolve. You have to explore your environment, expand your clan, to eventually evolve into a new species. You're not one ancestors, you're not the hero of the entire human race, you're a clan. It's about your clan, a family. That lineage needs to go through time and eventually evolve into another species.
That looks cool. I'll be right here. Oh, this is, we're not looking at Fortnite tonight, guys. Cyberpunk. Oh. Mama wants it so bad. Oh, Bloodlines too. Oh, Mama wants it so bad. You know what? Here's the fucked up thing. I would never do this, but I would, if I had the $90, this is the only time I would get a premium edition. I don't buy into that, like, I don't buy into that, like, expansion, like, you know, pay more money thing. But this is something I would pay more money for. Oh. What I get with it? It's probably, this is probably all in-game stuff. Oh. I wanna pre-purchase this $90 version. I want the sword, I want the Neo ripoff, I want the guns. I want the soundtrack. Bloodlines, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines have one of the best soundtracks I've ever heard. Oh, Mama wants it. I don't even need to see the gameplay, I want it. Like, panties are like, my panties are gone. I don't even know where they went. I don't even care. Don't even care. Don't even care. Oxygen not included. Doesn't that look like Markiplier? Oxygen not included. Great game if you hate yourself. You absolutely hate yourself. And you like stressing out. I highly recommend it. And I do both of those things very well. So I recommend that game. Journey, that's a game I never got to play. That looks weird because it still says I'm saying Disney because I couldn't change it. Now it just looks weird. Thanks, Bonry. I have Satisfactory. You're like, what kind of game are you playing? Look, you need to fucking ask questions. Ooh, after party. Close to the Sun's game. So Close to the Sun and Sinking City, both games Bonry wants me to play. He did have a little faux hawk. Mature content, thank you. Yes, please. Totally got a lady boner for Tesla. My 100% kind of weird. Sinking City is third person? Ooh. Too bad. I wish we could share Epic Games. Many men? Thank you so much. Welcome to the crazy. That is straight up Cthulhu. They didn't even fuck with it. That is straight up Cthulhu. You know what watching this game reminds me of a little bit? It reminds me of Murdered Soul Suspect. If I'm thinking of the trailer correctly. I saw that tentacle. I saw that little bit of hentai poke up there. Dude, that hat is doing nothing for you. Vanri, did you see that giant spider? Web fingers. Ooh. That's how you get demons. Well, he did. Cthulhu's coming for you, son. Yeah, we might as well. Vanri, can you change it to web show or something? Feel free to change it to web show, because we're not getting Fortnite tonight. Look at that thing! Did you see that thing? Don't touch the pulsating statue. That is the biggest crab spider, spider crab, whatever, I have ever seen. That's an elder sign. Thank you. That's you, dude. That's you. You're dead. Cthulhu sends his regards. What do you think you're gonna do against... I didn't notice that before. Thank you for the host, Salty. Thank you for spreading the madness. That was cool. That was cool AF.
Peggy 18.
Peggy.
Great war veteran and private eye from Boston, who is fighting an uphill battle against terrible insanity.
Oh, it is third person. Lucky Vanri?
City, devastated by supernatural flood.
It's like if Secret Worlds actually did its job.
And investigate occurrences simply unimaginable.
I'm doing good today, Salty. How are you? Oh, damn. I don't want to know too much. Pardon me. I like to get the nipple scared off of me just like the next person. I don't need to know too much. It does look really good. It looks really pretty. Tomorrow Corporation collection. Alright, have fun. She's putting that quote in right now. I can feel it. Feel it in my nipples. What, baby? Okay. The Witness. You ever want to absolutely waste your fucking time? Play The Witness. The stupidest game. People love it. It makes me concerned. I'm so mad that I didn't get What Remains of Edith Finch. You know what? I shouldn't be mad. I can't play it. I think Vanri should play it. Zombie Army 4? Need it. I need it, and then Vonri's gonna have to request off every Friday for like a month, maybe 2. Well, no, she works Friday nights. That's good. What the golf? That is a pun. I just I can't abide. I'm sorry. Just can't. I can't have that. Let's see how. Oh, that's day 1 for me. Nice. Like Danielle would let me. Well, I was about to say you 25% in 10 minutes. That's not bad. You might get there. You work during the day, so that's not terrible, right? Or you work at night. That's not terrible. That RAM usage. Downloading 1 game. Oh, and I gave in. I downloaded Magic the Gathering Arena. Let me tell you, if you're going to download it, you immediately get tossed into games, alright? So be prepared for that. You're not going to download it and open it and then just leave it. That's not how this game works. It's like, you want to play?
My trampoline!
No, your trampoline's my bed. How you doing, Salty? What are you up to? I haven't seen you in a minute. I'm like, what can I do in 45 minutes? I can do a lot in 45 minutes. I guess I could show you guys some also. Can't do much in Stardew Valley in 45 minutes. Or Northgard. I'm gonna play the forest again, but I'm gonna play it on pacifist. I only get eaten by cannibals if I go into the fucking mines and shit. I was like, there's a ton of stuff I could do. But this is taking up all of my computer space. It's a 10, I have a 10 gig update. Holy shit. That's a lot. 10 gigs is a lot. Been busy with stuff, you? I have been so busy. I couldn't put that back. Hey, put it back. Thank you. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
It's clean. Put it back. Put it back, dirty child. Play with my blankets. I have been so busy. I haven't known my ass from a hole in the ground, to be honest. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Be careful with your tablet, love. Yeah, we got Drawlicon in 2 weeks. I haven't planned for that. I have not wardrobe coordinated. And then we have 2 weeks after that, we've got You're Not Alone. I don't think I'm prepared for that. I don't feel like I'm prepared for anything. I'm not prepared for anything. I just chugged a Mountain Dew. My heart's dun 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 dun. We have to wardrobe. Me and Vonry have to have a day just to wardrobe coordinate for Drawlicon.
Click the circles. To the beat.
I don't need online play. That's fine. Nope.
I'm going to climb on this.
Ow. Don't change anything. Oh wait, I'm missing the keys. I'm just taxing my computer at this point. What?
I tried to...
That was terrible. Oh yeah? Apparently Osu is restarting. I'm not talking to you, baby. I'm not talking to you. Okay, now I'm talking to you. No. After 9 o'clock.
Welcome to us.
Kitchen's closed.
Click the circles.
Kitchen's closed. See, these are like 6 and 7 keys, and I just can't do that. Sometimes this is what I play when I'm mad. Music's always super pretty. Panicked. It's been like 3 months since I played. This is making me want to watch anime. I missed one. Vanri is dying from the plague. She is attempting to be a zombie. I want to play again. This is the one that pissed me off last. Like, if we were in an anime, this would be the song playing when me and Vanri are having our, like, tough conversations. And this one pisses me off only because even, like, I think I've gotten all 300s and I still haven't gotten an S rank in it. It's very pretty though.
Oh, do you want me to leave? You mean yes? You want me to leave?
Hello.
Maybe. Maybe.
Roll.
No, I'm not. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, watch your tablet.
How was the movie?
It was good. It was really funny.
Love this part. So you and Henry had a good time?
What?
You and Henry had a good time?
Yeah, it was really funny. It's a lot funnier than I thought it was going to be.
Is it Dave Bautista as an Uber driver?
No, it's no Mel Johnny as an Uber driver.
Really?
Mel Johnny is the Uber driver. That plays a cop that gets LASIK surgery you can't see. So he has to take an Uber.
It's like Queen Latifah and what's his face?
Kinda, yeah.
Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah. But a lot funnier. They're serious too. Like they had a guy speak before the movie because the movie is not out yet. It's like you can't even take yourself out.
That was an intense one. I love that song too. What was the name of the movie? Stuber.
Yeah. Namil Johnny's name is in the movie too.
And he's an Uber driver, so.
And his a-hole boss calls him Stuber because he drives Uber. Definitely was a lot funnier than I thought it was going to be.
Stop making those jokes!
They had a preview for a movie you probably like.
Horror movie?
It's more of a thriller. About this girl that brings into this game.
Yeah, I know. It's yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
I've been tagged in that trailer like 20 times. I guess racing's big this year.
Last one. No.
By the way, she's been a butt.
That's that from the fact that you're not playing that.
Yeah, she had a fit and decided she was going to start trying to grab my face. So we got in a lot of trouble. Might be able to get like one match in. There's like, there's a line left. Like a small line left. So maybe I'll be able to get like one match in? Oh, I did download a bunch.
Greetings, ladies
and gentlemen,
and welcome to the greatest show on earth.
Thank you! Thank you so much. It's not showing me anything, I'm so sorry. Why didn't I see anything? I'm sorry, I love your face. I promise. I thought I fixed all my bots to do that from now on. Okay, what happened? I didn't have my own stream up, which I should have. It's updated now. Ooh. Alright, now that I've tormented everybody for 30 minutes with Osu.
See you next time.
See you next time. Then open the gate!
I got baby in my belly.
No, you don't. You're way too young to have a baby in your belly. Get whatever is out of your shirt out. Silly. Why are you watching pregnancy videos? Alright, Fortnite, what you got? Show me what you got, what you really, really got. Hey, Channel Zero! Hey, buddy. How's it going? I'm sorry if the host was you and it didn't show for some reason. I'm so sorry. And I don't put on your wish list is on sale. Half of my wish list is on sale. Let's be honest. See if I can get some of it on oh no. No, Channel Zero, don't leave me. I just want to see Prop Hunt, man. Bonry! Bonry! Bonry Pop Hunt! I mean, maybe. Ooh, look at her badass outfit. I need that. I need that in my life. Why is all the games loud? Heyo! Battle Royale? No. Save the World? No. aspirational electro music. Wow. I like how Bonry is like, I got control of this stream all by myself. God, they got she. Ooh. Mm-hmm. What beautiful skins are you gonna tempt me with this time? Here. That's kind of adorable. I love his outfit. And I love her outfit. Even if I did play every day, it would take me fucking forever. When did I get this? Okay. That's new. I like that. I love it. Kids, I'm an angel now. Yep, she is now the coolest one. That's kind of funny. That's really kind of... You're a wizard, Harry! I have enough V-Bucks for that. Oh, I love her too. Couple problems with that, but... Hi, friendly car. Not exist anymore. Me a little sad. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Here we go. Oh, you can go. Her away.
So is it over and done with now? Is the prop hunt over and done with now? Or did they not put it out yet? Oh man. Okay. I think it's in creative. It's so pretty. Did they change quite a bit since the last time I played Fortnite? Prop hunt. Quest.
Mommy, can you come and wipe my butt?
What, Lily? Okay. Has to have 16 players?
I wiped my butt.
Did Daddy help you?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you get my
No, Lily, can you ask?
Daddy?
Yes, please. There's only one of me, so I can't have a game. Just one player hiding. Oh, I'm the player hiding. Alright, that's awesome. Oh, there's a ping. Do you see this? The car is blocking. I can't. The car is blocking.
Huh?
Come here. The car is sneaking.
Oh, are you playing a prop hunt?
By myself.
Can I try?
No.
That's silly.
Why is it creeping?
Because it's me, Mommy's the car, and it's hilarious.
Why are you moving?
Because it's hilarious. Look at me. Look at the tires. My tires are creeping back and forth. Oh god, I love it.
Oh, mommy, that's it's moving backwards. It has a face.
Yes, it is.
It has a,
Can't be that? Okay.
it has a face on the box. The car! The car! Now the box is moving! The box is moving!
Oh my god! All of my dreams have come true.
What is it?
It's a dinosaur! Rawr.
Where is it going?
Wherever I want it to go. Oh.
A Tyrannosaurus Rex. What's this?
Tires, I don't need your shit today. I'm in the lead. Guys, I'm in the lead. I'm in the lead. I'm playing by myself. No. It can't be the same thing twice. Best day ever. Oh, this is how you scare the shit out of Vonry. Don't blink, Vonry. Coming for you. You just back my butt up into it. Oh my god. My eyes sting. I'm practically crying.
Mommy, the monkey just ran on his face. What's this?
Oh, baby monkeys aren't pets. I'm coming for you, Vonry.
Watch this. Watch what happens. No.
Wait, I'm watching.
No, just stay looking. Stay looking. Look. He went across his face.
Very silly.
He went on his what? He went on his.
This is Prop Hunt in Fortnite. And it's the most exciting thing I've ever seen. I'm so happy. Oh, it got better. Vonry, it got better! No, I don't need another round, thanks. Thanks, I'm good. Oh, that was hilarious! Okay, back to the hub. So, that's so exciting! It's been so long since I've played. I'm not allowed to go over there? Okay. You did not clip me. Lily, get your feet off the table. Is it at least funny? Is it as funny as I think it is? Oh wow, a lot has changed. The floor really is lava. I was gonna say, if Wicked's laughing, then it's a good thing, but Wicked laughs at everything. Well, how do I change materials? Since I'm the one who plays, you'd think I'd know that, but no.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Lily, why are you yelling hello?
Doctor? Bye. Of course. Oh, poor baby.
I'm so excited. Now we have to play Fortnite Prop Hunt. Maybe we'll do that next Wednesday.
Yes.
A lot has changed since the last time I played Fortnite. Like a lot, man. Like so much has changed. Hey, Wicked one? Wicked Soul, Jesus Christ. Hi, Josh. How are you? You know, just for funsies.
Make your heart beat. Dum, 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 dum. That looks nice.
It goes. How about yourself? How art thou? I'm gonna do one of these and then I'm gonna get the lily butt ready for bed. Not happy? Why are you not happy this time?
Go get into danger. I'm gonna put you back home. But first, let's go.
Back of my head was like, you got a little bit of a headache. And I was like, no, I don't. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Josh, are you sneaking up to Drolicon? Your anime is over. What? Which anime?
Yeah.
That is upsetting.
Baby, wake up. It's time to go. Good morning.
Anime is Japanese animation. So like Dragon Ball Z and like the biggest one I can think of, Robotech, all that stuff. Can't fall any faster. Oh crap, I'm the only one left. Wise Man's grandson in Rise of the Shield Hero. Trying to be there for the last day. Nice! I will be very happy to finally see you in person. Only been 10 years. I'm sorry, I'm still mad that I can't watch fucking Attack on Titan Season 3. Precious, I needs it. You're downloading this tonight. Did you take Fortnite off your computer? Hey, you know what? Doesn't matter. Top 50. Yeah, it's a long time coming. Yeah, you think? Just a little bit.
Okay, children, today we're gonna learn about.
Oh, you just stopped it from auto-updating? Makes sense. Oh, more armor potions always good though. Oh, yeah.
Let me. Okay, everyone, so we're going to learn about healthy choices. I want you to think about it and draw a healthy snack. Okay, so draw. Doing great, guys.
Do you hear the show that's
Can we
going
draw
on?
a healthy choice? Oh, no healthy
It's like I'm running. I see some built stuff. I'm not running anymore.
Okay, everyone. Now there's some pieces to build. If you want to play with them, you can play with
Oh.
them. Yes, teacher. Yes, we want to play with them. Yes. Okay, but be careful. That's glass. I want you to. Okay. Go, Homer. Go. One, two, three, go! 5, 1,
Nope.
go!
That's me. No, and I need to get out.
Go, go, go. Go, go. Go.
I'm dead. That's fine. I got we got killed by a team. Holy shit.
So these are not
No, I'm not good at anything. I play Zappy.
okay.
I want an healthy snack. Enjoy
Go
healthy
inside
snack.
and play at the playground. Hey,
There's some apples downstairs. We have like 2 bags of Granny Smith apples. Zappy, I'm gonna tell you, I don't think I'm good at any game. They're gonna disagree with me that I'm good at something. I don't see it. I don't see it. Here's the thing. I'm gonna jump in the chatting. Hold on. Hold on.
oh wait, Olaf, how about we go to the zoo, guys? Yes.
The game of life? I am not good at the game of life. I'll say I'm okay at DBZ. DVD. Jesus Christ. You're good at being amazing? I'll take that. Now you see where my arm goes when I do this. So that was an interesting evening. I am a boss ass bitch. That is 100% truth. So that is it for tonight. But don't go anywhere yet. We have something. I have something important to do. Alright, drive, drive, drive. We're driving to the zoo. Drive, 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 drive. Yep, we're here. You're welcome. Hi. It has been quite the night. She was a butt. She tried to show everybody my bra. Wasn't having that. We played some Osu. Everybody disappeared. Everybody vanished while I raged at some songs. And then we discovered Fortnite still has prop hunt, and I hope they never get rid of it. It's prop. So, I was gonna see. And okay. I was gonna see. I need to do a giveaway. So, I don't know how some people do that. Like, I don't need to do it through Streamlabs. I just need to put some names in. We'll decide. There we go. Okay. Now I gotta find the list. Here's the list. Alright. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, but this is like a one-time thing, so... And I have to put the names in. It isn't like a giveaway for people over here now. It's a giveaway I should have done 2 weeks ago. Alright, now I have to go back to here. I don't know why I bother. Alright. We don't need to embed it. These are the names. There's 2 names I didn't add because I did Son of Goku and Silo Silence. Wait, is Silo Silence in our Discord?
Take you to ambulance. Hello? Hello? No.
I think Silo Silence might be in our Discord.
Police officer, I need your help. I really... Oh, what is it? Olaf had got hurt. Can you take...
Silo Silence did. Alright, apply wheel changes. Ready? Spin! This is for 1 video. Cozy Panda Slippers! But she's streaming right now, too. Just so, we'll see if there's a backup. If she doesn't, Lady Dragoness is the backup. Okay, so if she doesn't want it, or doesn't like respond to me in a couple of days, then it goes to Lady Dragoness. There we go. All that wonderfulness. I don't need to see that. I don't need to stare at my own face. So yes, that is the conclusion of the giveaway I was supposed to do 2 weeks ago. I got distracted. A lot of stuff happened. I'll do another one. I'm just trying to do these like weekly, excluding people who have already won, and we'll see how it goes. But if you want to be entered to win, you have to be here at the you have to be here in the first 15 minutes of seeing my face. Be entered to win, and then we'll do it on Wednesdays and Fridays, and then Friday after the stream or sometime over the weekend. I will thusly do the spin thing at some point. Terrible at. Right. Alrighty then. My beautiful people, my beautiful folks. I will drop a gentle host on somebody. That sounds like a good idea. Drop a gentle host on some people. You know what, we'll drop it on Fuzzy. Drop it on Fuzzy and we'll let her know that she won. I'm sure she'll love it. Over here on Mixer. And then who's streaming on Twitch? Do I know anybody streaming on Twitch? Martian Cat's streaming on Twitch. So we'll do that. I love your faces. I will be back tomorrow night with Coffee with Crimson with other Margot for we will drop it with we will be with other Margot talking about adult autism. And then Friday, I think we're doing Overwatch. I have to confirm. I think we're doing Overwatch with a bunch of people.
Because not a real one.
No, I'm not putting a real Band-Aid on Olaf.
No.
Do you want to say goodnight to everybody?
No, I don't want to go to bed. I have to take.
As you drag him around by his nose. So we'll drop it with Martian Cat, and then yeah, I'll be back. I do stuff and things. You know my schedule. All the things with the love. And please remember, and I have to remember this too. Please take care of your mental health. I just got yelled at about this from my therapist. Please take care of yourself. Don't overextend yourself. Don't exert yourself. I am taking a break on Mondays, with my therapy being on Mondays. It's a bit much and still working on this website. But take care of yourselves. Please take your medication. Drink some water. Meditate. Take a bath. Take a hot shower. Whatever it is that you need to do to get through things. Do what you gotta do. Alright? I love each and every one of your faces. Have a beautiful night, and I will see you next time. Okay, thanks. Bye.